Hello, hello. I don't have the page up, but I will do that in a second. Don't know what we're starting on. Hey, KO. Okay, let me post first on Twitch, not Twitch, Twitter and Instagram first. Waiting to tell me something? What's up? What is up? Okay, let me... So we're going to just draw for a little bit, but I am going to first post links on social places. I'm going to move this back. Hey, Kyoshi! Got the first 2 volumes of Witch Hat Atelier. Nice, nice. It's so good to own something physically. Like, I never was able to like afford buying volumes of manga, but now that I actually have like an income, I definitely want to go back and like purchase all of my favorite series, because having it in print is something else. And I really want to like own all of them. Yeah, no, I hope you really enjoy them. I hope you you know, really take your time to read them. They're really good. To this day, it's still the only comic series that I have, or manga series that I have physically, and I need to get the newer volumes, I think, because I only have up until... Whoa.
Just keep it going.
Whoa. I only have up until the 8th volume, I think, and I would like more. If they have more. Hey Teeth Collector, hey Miri, hey Sunburns, how have I been? Last week was pretty rough. Last week was really rough. This week, in comparison, has been so much better. Yeah, last week I pulled like a ton of all-nighters just to like get some work done. And like by Friday, I was on like my 3rd day of like less than 2 hours of sleep for the most part. So it was a lot. So I really needed to sleep early. I slept at 8. I went to bed like on Friday, and I didn't wake up for another 12 hours. Like, it was 12 hours of straight sleep afterwards. I've been really good this week, though. I've been so good this week, okay? I've been going to bed at like anywhere between like 11 to 1 being the latest, and I've been waking up straight at 8:30. Like, I've been doing good this week, okay? Yeah, it was not a good week, for sure. And I was like, I'm not going to be a good streamer. I'm not gonna be a good artist. Like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to, like, actually draw stuff last Friday. And today was kind of like an sort of day, I think. But, I am feeling so much better than I was last week, for sure. Which is good, because, I need to get back to my bullshit this week, for sure. We need to go on Instagram and post this. I haven't posted anything on any of my social media for so long, and it feels great. I mean, I feel bad, but it feels great. I've just been like drawing for myself. Anytime I am drawing, which is not very often, I haven't drawn for myself in quite a while, and I've been trying to make an effort to, like, when I'm doing work, I take like maybe 10-20 minutes in between like long hour stretches to just like draw something for me, and it's been really good for my kind of like sanity, but yeah, I'm just like, I don't know, not having to post stuff on social media is like, I don't know, it's like a weight off my shoulders, I think. Even though, again, I still feel pretty bad about it, because I think a lot of my personal career I owe to social media, and it feels bad to kind of just like let it die a little bit. Especially because, like, I'm so early in my career, I shouldn't just let it die. It's like a very bad business thing to do, but man, life's great when I'm just kind of drawing whatever I want to draw in my free time. Or not even drawing, or just like playing games or something like that. I'm playing a lot of Final Fantasy 14. So much Final Fantasy 14. Too much. But it's been, I've been feeling alright, you know? And it's nice. I don't feel like pressured to draw all the time, because I just draw like when I'm feeling it, and there's ups and downs about that, but like ultimately, and I think I feel good, you know? Yes, I am live. Hey, Sunjin. Thank you. I miss talking with everyone. Like, streaming is sort of, you know, it's a thing I have to do, right? Like, or not have to do, but it's a thing that I do that is a bit of a performance, but ultimately it's my favorite way to interact with people, I think. Because, like, in this space where it's like, this is designated set apart time where I get to like talk with people, and we can like, you know, you guys can ask me questions, I can ask you guys questions, we can have a discussion about anything, and it's like, I genuinely enjoy that, because I tend to not talk to a lot of people outside of like coworkers and stuff, or like my partner or Tojo during the week. So you guys are like the only other people I really talk to, and I feel like streams are always really nice because I get to like actually interact with people in a way that I feel comfortable doing, as opposed to like social media stuff where, I don't know, I'm not big on responding to like comments and stuff, and like I don't really like checking posts or checking things. It's just like, I don't know, I have like a certain anxiety about it. So I really enjoy like sitting here and talking with everyone. It's definitely something I missed about streaming when I was taking a break, but I would not have been a very fun person if I streamed that week, so glad to be back, as always. Peach is here, she's sleeping, she's doing the big sleeps. Gary is not here, but I will let him know that you said hi. Hey fungi, or fungi. How am I? I'm doing good. How are you? How's everyone's weeks been? I haven't caught up with all y'all in a while. Pure work, got the day off, so I'm relaxing like crazy. Nice. Honestly, it's like I never really appreciated weekends until I started working, you know? Like, I haven't really appreciated weekends in school. Like, working a 9 to 5, or even just, like, working a ton, makes you really appreciate when you get to take a break, for sure. And I feel you on that. That's kind of how gig work is, I guess. It's kind of why I really stopped. I mean, gigs, not really in particularly, like, they're not super similar, I think, in context with contract stuff, but, like, I feel you. Things coming in, falling through, it's like, that's just kind of how that, like, whole, culture of it is, and I got really sick and tired of it, so now I'm all about that, working a more consistent schedule with, like, consistent work. Like, I don't know if I could, like, freelancing is sort of its own thing. I don't know. Like, I think working contract now, which is a little bit more consistent than freelancing, is probably my new normal. Because I don't really particularly like how open freelancing is, but I much prefer working full-time, I think, than contract. After working contract freelance for a while, like, I think as I am right now, I haven't been burned too much by working full-time, and I think for me currently, I would much rather take the consistency over kind of having my schedule open, just because I've done freelance for so long that I've also developed a lot of, like, bad habits with it, and, like, this idea of just, like, working all the time is sort of a bad habit I developed with freelance, because, like, with freelance, you kind of just can work all the time, anytime, and unless you set those boundaries for yourself, which I certainly didn't, having started freelance really young, you don't really have, like, a separation of, like, work-life balance, and so basically all you're doing is, like, working every time, like, every moment of your life not doing something else is working. And I really like 9-to-5s because it like forces me to say, like, I have between this time and this time to like really just focus and get stuff done, and say, like, if I can't get it done today, I have to like set aside time later on in the week to get it done, and that forces me to be really efficient and consistent about stuff. Plus it's nice to know when a paycheck is coming versus like working freelance or contract. Sometimes you don't get paid for like months. And I am not super down with the sauce with that one. Now that I've gotten a taste for working with like a solid paycheck that comes in every 2 weeks, I'm like, that's sick. I want to do that versus not knowing if you're really gonna get paid a certain amount, because sometimes jobs fall through and sometimes terms change, you quit the thing, someone else breaks the contract, like you never know. So how long have you been working within the industry? You're only 23. So, you know, it's kind of weird to say, like, what counts as working in the industry, you know, because, I've done freelance jobs, maybe not for companies and stuff, so, like, some people wouldn't consider that the industry, some people would say, like, oh, well, that's still a professional job, so yeah, you're in the industry, right? Then it's like, okay, so if we're not counting those, then are we counting working for actual companies? Because what happens when you've done work for them, but then you kind of you did other work for personal commissions and stuff like that in between, you know? KG, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. So it's like, if I did one job for Ubisoft, but then the year after that just did a bunch of personal stuff, am I in the industry? Is it when I got my first full-time job and I really worked consistently within like a game dev pipeline or whatever? Depending on what you consider being in the industry, the answer changes. I think in general, I wouldn't really consider myself having started to work in the industries until end of 2020, right? So December of 2020, I think, was the first time I really felt like I was in it. And that's after I'd already done the whole contract with Dota 2. Which I still consider my biggest big boy job that I've done thus far, that I've been able to talk about, because, you know, that's like the most high profile thing I've done. But I also don't really necessarily know if that counts, right? Because, is it the size of the company that counts? Is it the fact that you even worked with a company? Depends on what you think the industry is. But I also think people have a very strange, like, pressure on breaking in, quote unquote. It's like as if it's some kind of big ceremony that happens when you break in. Personally, I found that doesn't necessarily happen. You kind of just fall in sometimes. After spending a ton of time just kind of like working odd jobs and applying to places and getting rejected. Sometimes you just sort of fall in. I feel like being in the industry means just being able to get a job that's reputable, that's able to be held in your resume. Not sure, but it's very subjective indeed. Yeah, again, you know, it's like, if reputation matters, right, and like legitimizing that credit in your resume, then yeah, like I don't feel like I've been working in the industry maybe until like 2020. I think since then I've sort of been a lot more involved in like talking with industry people or even having like experience to do with the industry. But even now I kind of feel like I'm sort of still just floating on the edge, right? I don't think I've really done anything super noteworthy just yet, other than that like one Dota job where I'm still very like, wow, I can't believe that happened. But, you know, since then I feel like I haven't really done anything to warrant that. So does that mean I'm out of it now? Or is it once you're in the industry, you're always in the industry, which I don't feel like a lot of people feel that way. But yeah, I'd say it's only been a couple years. It's been shorter than a lot of people think because, you know, I've been doing social media stuff for a while, and that might skew people's perception of like how much experience I actually have. I'm not really all that like, I feel like integrated in. I don't really have all that much experience, but you know, that's kind of why I prioritized talking to people about like art stuff, like art experiences versus like specific industry stuff. And if I do talk about industry stuff, it's about what I've so far been able to experience, which is substantially more than before, but also not as, you know, kind of not as deep and not as comprehensive as I think a lot of other people might be able to like describe based on their own experiences working in other studios. I think I'm still very much new and super naive when it comes to in-industry things. But again, I think your definition of it will heavily impact like the answer to that question. Out of curiosity, have you been approached by studios or contractors to work for them more, or is it you applying to these jobs? I tend to find myself being approached by studios and contractors. I think at the benefit of the fact that I have like a social media that has been out for a really long time and around for a really long time. I don't tend to apply to a ton of things, just because usually I have quite a bit of work consistently throughout, and like when one thing ends, usually I have something else that I'm already working on anyway, so it's always like a shifting palette of a bunch of stuff going on. I've since like severely limited the amount of work I take at a certain time, and focused more on jobs that offer more of a consistent workload. So I work contracts now, or I work full-time now, which means that even though technically I'm not employed by them if I'm working contract, even though I'm not technically employed by them, I do get consistent assignments and work from that company. And to work full-time with them means that they have purchased 8 hours of my workday, which is all of it. Although I will sometimes work multiple contracts. I've since tried to not do that. But, you know, I think people have different experiences with that, right? Because sometimes they will only take one job at a time, which means every time that job ends, they have to find something else to do. I have kind of worked always on a staggered system, which is not the best for having a lot of time for yourself, but that's kind of why I'm in this whole, like, full-time or working on one thing at a time is the best, because I'm bad at managing my own time. Hey, Nikki! Brown Rice Bowl, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub for 9 months. Thank you for coming back every month. And I am so glad that you popped in. How often do you do studies currently? I don't do a ton of studies. I don't think I've done a study in a while other than things that I've had to do for work. Like if I am struggling with a very specific object or material or something, then I will do like a quick study of that. But I don't think it's anything like a real like sit down study, because I don't find them very interesting to do. But it ultimately depends on, like, do I need to do it? I don't typically do studies just for the sake of doing them. I would much rather just draw and then see if, like, oh, do I need to do one? in which case then I will take the time. But if I don't need to, I'd much rather just draw my own stuff. Yeah. I'd say also think about, like, what are the places that you are currently trying to apply to, right? Like, I feel a lot of students did this, and I did this with college specifically, but a lot of students try to aim straight for, like, their dream studios, which I don't ever want to tell people not to, but, like, also understand that there are tons of studios out there, third party, like small-time developers that you never hear of but still have really frequent credits on pretty big projects, or like the companies that contract out their artists to different things, or work for hire stuff, or even just like small-time mobile developers and stuff like that, where there's a ton of studios that are really well connected actually, but just on the surface don't seem like they are crazy reputable, or don't seem like they have like a super big splash, or people don't know them by name. There's a lot of places out there like that. You know if there's an easier way to find them, because I feel like that's something I struggle with. Honestly, like I think a lot of them you find through like I see a lot of them through ArtStation, where they'll post like a bunch of contract work that they've done, or like on Twitter where they'll have sort of like a consistent flow of work that they're doing on their like indie project. I don't know, indie is something to be kind of wary of. Oh, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Hi, Loki. Yeah, like, sometimes they'll have social media for them. Oftentimes, you know, the only way you can find them is through, like, position shopping, because some of them don't really have very good, like, social media presences. A lot of it's word of mouth. Once you start to, like... Honestly, I heard a lot about these studios after I started working at my first full-time thing, and a lot of people started leaving or moving on to other places, and they would tell me about, like, oh yeah, there's this, like, small studio that my friend started, or, like, I know a bunch of people that went to this place, and it's like, I've never heard of these places, but they're also, like, really well supported, and, like, they've got funding and all that kind of stuff. It's just, like... There are so many other smaller studios out there that just don't really advertise themselves, which sucks, but they do put out, like, applications and things on, like, LinkedIn and Indeed, and, potentially other sites like ArtStation, and, also word of mouth, and like, them reaching out specifically with their recruiters. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Again, hard to really say necessarily how to find them, because they're not super good at advertising themselves. But they certainly do exist. And they tend to not show up in, like, the first search results for, like, positions, right? Because bigger companies will spend more to have their job positions advertised to you first. So yeah, it might just end up being like kind of hunting through I don't actually know. There might be other sites too, like not just LinkedIn and Indeed, that have job position or job openings. I just don't know them personally, I guess. There is sort of a secret society of studios. Like, there's a whole layer of, like, just, like, mid-tier, startups or indies, or even just, like, mid-tier work-for-hire studios that, like, are pretty sizable, like anywhere from like 30 to 100 people, but like no one knows about them because they don't work on projects that are super high profile that students really see them. But they've got like amazing people working at those studios, like top of their field, sort of. Because you know, I think there's a kind of generation of developers that end up really liking to work at smaller places near the end of their career, because it's nice when you can like talk to everyone and have that sort of closer knit environment. But as always, there are variations of company culture and stuff in those places, so you can never really be sure of a studio. Always be wary. Yeah, there's kind of a weird, like, I don't know, I think students feel an undue amount of pressure to, like, be a part of the industry. Like, what does the industry mean, you know? And I think for some students, there's a little bit of a tunnel vision that comes from the industry means AAA studios. Or the industry means the indie studios that manage to make it mainstream, right? Like, that's what the industry means. But, there are tons of ways to be a part of the quote-unquote industry and know all of these people and be a part of all of these circles without actually working at, like, AAA places. There's a lot of other sort of offshoot industries, too. Like, you could work in the toy sector and be making, like, concepts for models, or for, like, places like Sideshow and collectible modeling and stuff like that. So your concepts are for toys. Or working in, like, a prop shop, or working in, like a marketing, kind of more graphic design, like, studio, or I guess, like, company, but working more precisely on, like, creating clothing brands or mascots or something like that. Like, there's a lot of ways to be in the industry without actually being in the industry that everyone thinks is, like, the cloudy version of it. Like, you know, people get a lot of excitement out of working for, like, kind of name brand places, but it's way bigger than that. And I think students get a lot of stress out of wanting to work at these big places that are notorious for not accepting people, or for rejecting people. And they're like, well, then I can't be a part of the industry then, if I don't get into Riot, or if I don't get into, you know, whatever company. And it's like, yeah, those places are tough for a reason, because a lot of people think that way. But there's a lot of other industries to try, and there's a lot of other places that you could potentially go to that aren't nearly as terrible. Yeah, there's a kind of a big shift in smaller studios, where a lot of small indie studios nowadays are made specifically to make NFT games. Don't join those. Take it from me, don't join them. 'Cause they are more likely to not actually pay you legitimate money. They're more likely to have in their contract, like, we'll pay you in company stake, or we'll pay you in cryptocurrency. Not any shade to, like, the people working there or their projects, like, that's whatever. It's the fact that, like, they operating in the NFT marketplace are more likely to not offer you actual legitimate payment or a salary in their words, like, old money. And don't ever work for a place that promises you a stake in the company, because if that company goes under because of their poor choices, like, ultimately there's nothing that comes out of it. Don't work for any of those places. A lot of them have popped up recently because there's been a huge shift in NFT cryptocurrency stuff, where, like, people are starting to make games because there's, like, an intersection of interest there. But not a lot of those companies or studios are started by people who have actually ever made games themselves. And they have no idea how to run a project. They have no idea how to, like, financially take care of the costs of running a studio, which are extremely high. games are incredibly expensive to make, and the people that make them are worth a lot. And so they think a couple million can run a studio, but a small studio of 30 people costs close to $1 million every, like, 8 months, right? $1 million USD. So just running a small studio that's not able to make a giant experience is already way more expensive than a lot of these people think. So don't join them. Don't do it. They might not even say that they're a crypto or NFT related company, which is really shady. You have to make them cough it up. Like, you have to literally ask them, like, hey, are you guys working with NFTs? Because they're kind of too embarrassed to say it themselves, because they know that people will get turned away if they do. So be careful. All of you students or people getting into the industry, be careful about it, because they're definitely out there. What's been inspiring your art recently? I've been watching a lot of insider videos on YouTube, and they have a lot of these like videos on like food and crafts and folk like traditions that are close to extinction. And I've been obsessed with those videos. I'm like watching them every single day. And it's been so cool, like, just to watch all of their videos of them like traveling the world, because I haven't left my like state really. I've only been to maybe like one other state, and that's just to visit another home. So it's like I don't travel at all, and traveling's not a big part of my life. So actually getting to like watch, Business Insider, they also have Food Insider as well, does like the cuisine stuff. It's just really cool to see like videos about cultures in other places, especially ones that are from like indigenous people or kind of like smaller groups of people that have this very specific folk tradition. I've been really inspired by those. Like, those are crazy insane. Like, the production value is really high, so you get to see these like really good shots of like all of their like pottery or like perfume making. They do videos on like weaving, and like all of them are wearing these clothes that are just like so beautiful. Or even just like, they did one on a Sikh temple that feeds like 10,000 people. Like, they're just like consistently like so many people every day for free, and they show like the whole process of how they like create like big batches of food and stuff. And it's really cool. I don't know, it's just something really neat about all of those videos, because it's something very like wholesome and really heartwarming about seeing like these kind of documents of people's like passion projects, or like their life's work. So I've been really liking those videos. They've been making me really happy, and they've been pretty inspirational recently. Honestly, like, when people say experience, it's sort of a formality thing for some people, right? Like, if your art is good enough, they're usually willing to waive the experience stuff. The reason why they ask for experience is because it's a lot easier if someone already knows like how a pipeline is supposed to go. But if your art's good enough, they're not really gonna care. I definitely did not have any experience working in games before I went for my first job, and they were just like, you know, are you familiar with this? And you have to just kind of be like, I am not, but I am totally I have certain skills that allow me to adapt and learn on the fly. Like, I'm passionate about these things, and the intersection of those two things could definitely you know, allow me to take on this assignment, even though I personally don't have experience working in it, right? Like, I did projects with storyboards, but I don't know actually how to storyboard. But the fact that I've done those in the past sort of as like compositional practice or whatever, and my previous job was like tentatively looking for someone who could storyboard, right? And so they're like, oh, like, do you know how to storyboard? And I'm like, no, I don't. And I'm not traditionally trained, but my, you know, interests in like composition and all that kind of stuff lends those, like, I have those skills, right? Don't get scared by years of experience. Sometimes it has a bigger emphasis, especially if the position is for like a senior, like, or just like a mid-level artist. They might be a little bit more stingy on it, especially at bigger companies. But I promise you, if your art is up to snuff, that stuff is gonna fall away, because they're not gonna turn away an artist that's good enough to do the work if just because, like, they haven't been hired before. Like, it's that's not gonna happen. Although I will say, it is, like, the kind of experience they're asking for from that is definitely stuff you can only really learn on the job, unless someone, like, explains it to you, which, again, like, I'm fine explaining to people stuff about the pipeline that I've done in the past if they have questions about it, but it is impossible to really learn before you've started working the job, so they know it's not like super nice to ask that from an entry-level thing. They're just hoping to weed out the people that are like, I've literally never done art before. I've literally never, like, worked a creative job, but can I apply? Like, that's what they're trying to weed out, for the most part. Have you ever tried to keep a day drop in order... Wait, have you ever had to keep a day job, okay, in order to pursue art? If not, do you have any tips for someone aspiring to work in the industry full time? I just joined in some of your comments on studios. I have always done art, so for me there was no, like, sacrifice I had to make in terms of pursuing it, which I've been very fortunate to do. And in terms of getting into the industry, like, I think first off you kind of need to adjust what your idea of getting into the industry means. I think a lot of people, when they say that, they're talking about, like, the big mainstream studios that make all of their favorite games or their favorite products or their favorite shows, and that's not really the case, right? I think in order to thrive in working like a professional job in this industry is to realize how much bigger it is than what you, as someone who isn't a part of it or hasn't been a part of it yet, is familiar with. What you know is only a fraction of what all the work people are doing. And so in that way, it actually opens up what the industry could be for you, because there are a lot of different jobs. There are a lot of different paths that you can take. Obviously, you can go a very traditional path and go to school for a very specific role, and, you know, get hired either through job applications or through job fairs or, like, networking and stuff like that with professionals at your school. Or you can take the more modern route, which is often to forego traditional education in lieu of doing more self-guided education. And oftentimes using stuff like social media and like that kind of advertisement through social media to help gain you access to people that could have an impact on your ability to apply to a place, applications to studios that you are kind of familiar with, or even getting contacted by studios that you're familiar with. Personally, I found that social media has been a fantastic way to get work. Because I have never been a big networker person. I actually loathe the idea of networking with people that isn't just like, hey, I work on a project with you, or hey, we work at the same place, or hey, like, I like your stuff, they like my stuff, we talk once in a while, but not seriously. I loathe the idea of networking. So for me, I went the route of kind of a hybrid where a lot of my jobs come from social media, but I did go to school for specifically 2D concept, right? So getting into the industry, I think, ultimately is just making sure that your work is out there, constantly trying to improve it. Because at no point are you just kind of like, I am finally ready to go into the industry. You kind of have to be under the assumption that, like, at any given point in time, right, I have to be offering a service or a good or, like, a quality of work that someone is in need of. And that is not really something you can control, based on like how other companies are sort of like working in their own time, how their projects are working out. Like you can't really tell that. So I think it's developing a kind of not a varied skill set, but more so like knowing what you want to achieve, knowing what you want to be. What kind of art do you want to be making that you'd enjoy making day in and day out? Choosing your specialization, or the specialization of not specializing in stuff and being a generalist. Deciding how you want to work and what kind of professional you want to be in that sense. And targeting those kinds of jobs, communities, those kinds of like-minded people and creatives, and looking at what are the available kind of positions for that kind of work. What kind of companies are looking for that kind of work? What kind of you should look at trends. You should be aware of them. Don't necessarily have to follow them, but you should know sort of what is the direction of that industry's like projects currently. What's the kind of direction that the audience of that industry is sort of gravitating to, and what skills can you offer that you are passionate about that can be of use in that arena. I think industries and their needs and wants change quite frequently, which is why students have a hard time, and new professionals and even like older professionals have a hard time keeping up sometimes, because what people want and what people are interested in making might not line up with yours. But you sort of have to play a game between knowing what you are interested in making, knowing what skills are able to garner you work, what skills you should learn in order to kind of have a job or hold down like a kind of functioning sort of business, and really making yourself kind of a valuable, your own like kind of volume or library of experience and library of knowledge, right? People are looking for resources, and that's what they're purchasing, is your resource or you as a resource. And getting into the industry means more than just like being good enough to work in a place. It also means that like your kind of sustained position working in an industry also comes from the benefit of you being on their projects, or the benefit of your knowledge, your expertise, your style, your tastes. Often, at least with concept artists, we are tastemakers, right? Like some people describe that as what a concept artist does. You're some of the first people that get to decide what a project even looks like, or what a project is even going to feel like, and you kind of help support other people in the project, and you kind of make them excited about the project, because what they can't envision, you have to give them, right? You have to give them the vision of this project. And so the skills required to enter the industry as a concept artist, wildly different than someone who's like a production 3D artist, someone who does like who's an engineer or programmer, and ultimately all of those skills required to enter the industry to be like a consistent artist who gets work, or who can get passed around to, or move around to different studios and thrive, I think requires different things, right? Depending on what your role is and what you want to do. So first figure out what you want to do, right? Then take a look at all the different artists who do work in those positions. See what kind of skills they have, what kind of skills they seem to be practicing a lot. See if you can find any interviews or any kind of like explanations about what they do. Obviously, I'm always willing to explain what I do, specifically as a character concept artist in games. But, you know, also understand that people have very different experiences in the industry. People come into the industry in different ways, have different experiences depending on where they work at, what kind of jobs they've had to do in the past, and sort of their perception of what their work means in the grand scheme of production pipeline-based industries. And the answers to your question will be very different. And if you ask someone like me, I might not give you the answer that you're looking for. But I think in general, it's important to know exactly what you want to do, what you're comfortable doing, what you want to spend your day doing, or what skills you're willing to learn in order to make that happen. Because that will greatly change the path you might need to take or might want to take, getting into working professionally as a creative in an industry. And that's also important, because an artist or a creative that just does their own work is not the same as someone who works in an industry, in a pipeline, in a production, right? Two very different ways to be an artist. So you should be willing to, I guess, approach it from that perspective. Know if this is what you really want to do, or at least to a certain extent be confident that, like, this is the kind of art you want to be making. Because will be making a lot of art, and if you're not super excited or passionate about, like, what your art's going to be doing, or what your art's going to be achieving in an industry kind of like pipeline, then it might not be for you. That was a lot of words for not a super clear answer. Yeah. I mean, you've seen some glances of it, but I've been drawing a lot of big muscly men, so I was like, I want to draw a hot girl. I've already played Elden Ring. Unfortunately, Elden Ring gives me motion sickness, so I cannot play Elden Ring until I figure out a way to not get motion sick from playing Elden Ring. But I did try to download it because my partner really loves Elden Ring, and I wanted to play it because everyone around me is playing it, and I wished it didn't give me motion sickness. But it does. Is nepotism an issue in getting art jobs? It happens. I think for the most part, though, I haven't really dealt with it too much. Like, it exists for sure, but for the most part, like, not a ton of people get in due to nepotism. At least in the places that I've worked at. The vast majority of people got there because they've been around for a while, they got in at an early time, or they just did it the normal way, which is, like, through best effort and through being at, you know, certain places at the right time for them to kind of go from person to person, connection to connection, network to network, or even just through the virtue of their own hard work, right? I don't find that nepotism plays, like, a huge aspect into, like, the people that I've worked with. But there's a kind of degree where having connections, or at least knowing people, is extremely beneficial. But you can still get into a job without knowing anyone. Like, I didn't know anyone my first job working. Like, working full time. And now I know, like, 30 people that I could, like, confidently go to or ask questions from, or, like, refer them to other places just as they can refer me to other places. So it kind of opens up once you've had your first job and you move to the next one and the next one. That, I don't know, some people consider that nepotism. I don't really think so. It's just the nature of how, like, the industry works, is a lot of people are willing to hire their friends because they know what their friends can do and they know the caliber of their work. And that just kind of is how a lot of people will move from place to place. Is that nepotism? Maybe it is. In that case, then that is a pretty substantial part of how people get jobs. But also, like, there has to always be a refresh of the population of people working in the industry. So at no point is it just impossible for someone new to get in. The means by which they can get in might be stacked against their favor. Is never impossible, but for some people it could be potentially just bad timing, bad luck. Never, I feel like in at least in my experience, it very rarely, though, is due to an issue with nepotism. Completing a project. Now that is that is a tough order. A lot of projects do not get done, or are not finished properly and published and stuff like that. Yeah. I know you mentioned you withdrew from LCAT in the past. Did you withdraw when you already landed work, or did you withdraw prior to any form of it? I withdrew because at the time I was working on the Dota 2 contract, and I was not able to fully dedicate my time to the Dota 2 contract because I was still doing schoolwork. It just ended up being the Dota 2 contract. It wasn't necessarily because of it, but it had happened more often than not that I was working on professional work and had to sometimes compromise my time working on schoolwork or working on professional stuff just because both of them were existing at the same time. And I never told people that I was working with professionally that I was a student still, because it sort of scares them when you're like, oh, you know, I have to take... I mean, it's just dumb. Like, you don't want to tell someone that you have to take time away from working on their thing because you have finals. So, for a long time I did both, and it was not sustainable because, like, one would have to suffer. I couldn't do both at the same time to full capacity. So it just ended up that, following sort of the Dota 2 contract that I was working, that I felt really strongly about because I was really proud of landing that position, or not position, but landing that gig. I decided that I wouldn't return the following semester after I had gotten that job, which ended up working out because I got my first full-time job in December of 2020, the same year, and, you know, now I'm working full-time contract elsewhere. So ended up working out, but yeah, I mean, I had been working since high school in, like, more of a freelance way, but end of my time at at LCAD, definitely I was working on a lot more stuff that I think I wanted to focus on. So yeah. There you go, Josh. Thank you for the raid. Sorry, I was answering questions from up top, so I wasn't able to, like, I wasn't able to see that you rated, but thank you so much. I'm drawing for a long time. I think I'm relatively proficient, but I've never felt comfortable just applying to jobs because I've never done it before, even though I've been working for 10 plus years. Applying to jobs is a little funky. I'd say just give it a shot. You never know, right? It's kind of hard to know. But generally, I think, like, especially with stuff like applying to jobs, there's a degree of, you kind of just have to bite the bullet and accept whatever outcome comes from it. I have not had to apply to a lot of things, though, because a lot of the jobs that I take on are a lot more long-term than short-term nowadays. And that's why I don't do, like, personal commissions anymore. So I tend to always have, like, work overlapping with each other. But, I think it's important, you know, to kind of push yourself, especially if you want to work, within an industry more so, like working in a company full-time versus, like, just doing your own thing online. It is gonna have to be a bullet that you kind of take. Oh, I will hydrate. Hey, tired. But first, how do we find out what we want to do? I think that's a question you have to ask yourself. Like, I think ultimately my theory, right, my little tinfoil hat theory about how humans work is that, whoa, Mr. Rich Man with a loud car. I think there is a sense where we've kind of always float around things that maybe we don't know it, but stuff that we were always kind of meant to be interested in, right? I think sort of like all roads led to this. It's a little bit deterministic, but like I think people intuitively know what interests them about something, and that kind of is a constant theme in a lot of things that they do. So like it could be that maybe you're not super passionate about the craft, but you're really good at kind of picking up various skills and learning a lot more of a technical perspective, or learning from a technical perspective versus like more of a loose creative perspective. And that kind of dictates like a taste for art that is a little bit more like you appreciate art, but it's not necessarily the thing that you want to be doing or thing that you would necessarily do full time. I know plenty of artists that don't actually like art for art's sake. They don't actually enjoy drawing. But it's a means to an end, because what they do enjoy is like telling stories or being a part of a process or like picking up new skills and problem solving, and that's kind of more of the interesting part, right? And that's based on things that they've always liked to do. They've always kind of been people that were interested in problem solving, people that were always sort of more technically minded, or, you know, they prefer working with programs and code, or they just are a lot better at learning facts about something versus like inventing from scratch. Versus the opposite, like people that are a lot more interested in kind of crafting things, new things, or logically figuring out or reasoning with something, are natural born world builders, right? They are people that would be much suited for a job in which they get to have a sense of agency in the work that they do. They get to put a stamp on it and say like, you know, I influence this project in some way because my ideas are helping shape the way that this world or this project or this concept is kind of like evolving. And there are some people that are natural born designers. They've just got a very special interest in working with shapes and form. They like when things have like a definitive look, feel, a very strong hook to the design. It's a lot more about the design versus the utility of it, and that's something that they're interested in, right? So that makes them a natural born designer, but they can also develop more skills outside of that and really flesh that out. So I think you should reflect on like all the things that you've liked about working in art, or like being an artist, all the things that you enjoy, or even things that you don't enjoy, and see, what does this say about me? You know, like what can I glean from this? What can I know? Like, what can I learn about myself from this fact? And depending on your answer to that, it might affect like your the perspective that you or the path that you take towards finding like a place within an industry. It could be that the place that you're looking for isn't actually in the industry you thought it would be in. I've met plenty of people that thought games was going to be their dream place because you know, they grew up playing games, so like, why wouldn't they want to work at their favorite studio making their favorite game from childhood? But it turns out that games isn't really the culture they like. Game dev isn't actually as creatively fulfilling as they were hoping it'd be. And they go somewhere else, like into animation or even comics, like, or people that work in animation or comics coming to games because there's a level of interaction with games that you don't get in those other industries. Like, there's a lot of reasons that people move around, that people try to figure out, like, what is their kind of modus operandi in terms of what do they like, what do they want to do, and what you like doing doesn't necessarily have to be the thing that you do for a job, right? But I think it has to be a decision that you make, or a conclusion that you come to about what is something that you felt like has always been true about your approach to this creative task or this industry or this kind of thing, whether it be art or something else. and allow that to kind of pull you towards researching maybe other avenues of how you can kind of, explore like what would be fulfilling for you to do. Whether or not that's realizing like, I don't think working in an industry doing the thing that I like doing is going to actually be fulfilling for me. I think doing or learning a skill that I can then monetize working at a company but isn't actually what I like doing is actually something that I would enjoy more, because I don't want to monetize my passion. Like, that's a totally valid way to go about this kind of process, right, of thinking, because some people don't do art outside of work. Some people do very different art outside of work, and I've like seen people that are, really good programmers, and they still also make like really good art, but that's because they do their art on the side and have a totally different skill set for that, for what they do at work. So, long-winded way of saying, ultimately, I think there are signs in your current life or signs of what you've always been kind of interested in that will point you to it, but it's going to have to be something that you try out, right? Give it a shot. See what how people describe different jobs within the industry you're trying to go into, and see if any of that appeals to you. Actually putting in the time to work on something related to that, whether that be a character design project or developing your own demo for a game or something like that. Actually testing out what it means to do the work is also very important, and something that I think should be something that everyone tries, because I think a lot of people are like, I'm gonna wait till that one moment in my future where I'm good enough to do this project to actually do the dream project. But then they never actually try the skills or try to even test the skills they need to do that dream project now and see if that's not actually something they want to do. And, who knows? Maybe you try it out and you realize, like, this isn't for me for whatever reason. Maybe I don't really enjoy the process of it. Maybe I don't really like how the pipeline works out, or maybe I just want to do this myself. That will impact what it is that you choose to do in the future. Because I think it's important for people to find, like, a good fit for their day-to-day. I don't really think I could do anything else. I think I've found the best solution for me, personally, because what I do for work is what I enjoy doing at home in my free time, and I like doing it in both places because I like drawing characters and I like drawing in general, and drawing characters and designing them is kind of like a really nice marriage between the two. So this is definitely like my thing that I want to do, right? I did disable motion blur for the thing. It did not help. Did not help. Do you have any advice for throwing ideas down when you're ideating for a character design? I feel like I need to come up with ideas. I get held back with doubt, like, oh, this anatomy's funky or these lines are wrong. So that's why it's really important, I think, and it's kind of an underrated thing for people that are getting into character design and stuff like that, to realize that how you draw a design is going to impact the design of it, or is going to impact people's, like, hold on, I need to make sure that nothing, NDA shows up on screen, so give me a sec. I think some people don't really value the technical aspect of a design as much as they should. Because, yeah, how you draw something is going to impact the look and the feel of something, and it'll change how people perceive it. It'll change how people, kind of judge the efficacy of something. It'll change the silhouette, like all of those things. So, I think there's also a degree of, like, not taking it too seriously when you're super in the early stages of a design as well. Like, sometimes the shittier the better, right? Some people will purposely draw poorly when they're just designing for themselves so that they can save all of that, like, oh, this anatomy is kind of weird or whatnot, for later when they have to draw it for other people to look at. Whether that's just like super shitty thumbnails, really small. That's why people do thumbnails, right? Thumbnails are meant to be small, shitty, fast, right? Because a lot of people have that perfectionist streak in them, where they will agonize over like weird anatomy when they really shouldn't be. And it ultimately depends on like what's pulling you back, right? Is it the fact that you're out of ideas? Is it the fact that you're too preoccupied with making it look perfect? In which case, out of ideas, I usually recommend going and referencing more, or like doing more research, building more of a diverse like visual library for that project. If you're getting pulled back because you're a perfectionist, purposefully trying to draw badly sometimes can force you to just accept, like, this is a moment where I cannot be bothered to like think about you know, technical prowess, right? Because I'm trying to figure out a design. Not necessarily like draw poorly to the point where you can't see what the design is, but like force yourself to value something else other than the look of something, right? Force yourself to value the design over what you're classically obsessed with, which is like good anatomy or whatnot. And then make sure you adapt it so that the anatomy and the technical skills that went into drawing it do actually reflect what you want. Because it does matter, but it doesn't have to matter all the time, right? Sarah Tan, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 3 months. Thank you so much. Brushes currently, I haven't had the time to really put them up elsewhere, but they are available for subs. So if you are a subscriber, you can download a bunch of brushes that I've made available for them. That is one of the ones included. How would you suggest learning color, though, through doing value studies first, or planar, or some other way? You have to kind of learn coloring in stages, I think, or like color in general in stages. Because there's like just the basic raw color theory that people hate doing, which is, you know, knowing your complementary colors and knowing like what analogous means and like all the different ways that color can like be paired together and basics of creating a color palette. Those are things that you can kind of find any basic tutorial for to kind of share that knowledge with you, because I think that's still foundational knowledge, even though people, and even I in the past, have been like, this is so pointless. It's not. It's really useful because it's base foundational knowledge about color theory. You need to know how colors interact with each other on the color wheel. You need to learn what it means, what the terminology for tint and shade and saturation, like all of those things, and value. You need to learn how color correlates with value, how it correlates with everything else, how it correlates with each other on a color wheel. You need to know those things. And then learn the basics of how light interacts with color, right? I personally don't think James Gurney's book on lighting color is like very useful out of just telling you basic facts, but if you need basic facts, it's great for that, because it just tells you different types of lighting, different scenarios for like, if you are in this weather, this is what lighting looks like, or this is what how value works in this very specific instance. Here is, you know, different temperatures of color and whatnot. Like, very useful for that kind of stuff. You need to know how light interacts and how color translates light into a 2D space from a 3-dimensional thing, right? And then learning, I guess, like, generating color palettes, how colors actually work together, in terms of what looks appealing, learning or getting used to, or even studying on your own time. You know, color theory is good at telling you, like, or basic color theory can tell you, you know, what are common ways to build palettes, but it's not actually going to teach you satisfying or like kind of rule breaking ways to create color palettes that are actually interesting. And, you know, teaching you that sort of abstract idea of like what it means to select colors, what do colors do, what kind of feelings do they invoke, are you giving them or imbuing them with a new kind of enhanced meaning through picking certain colors, or is it just the value of a color, bright reds or highlights, or even just like a super vibrant neon color palette, and how do you make that work? What does working mean? What does it mean to have a color palette that works in a certain instance or works for a certain illustration? That's an abstract thing that you kind of have to learn by doing, by failing, by observing other people's work. And you sort of learn sort of like through a gut feeling, right? At least in my experience is how I've always kind of seen it. Because I suck at color. And then, you know, you kind of put all of those things together. How do colors interact with light? How do colors interact with each other? You build all of that, put that all together by using all of these different pieces of knowledge in all of your pieces, right? Sometimes lighting matters more in a piece than the abstract color palette. Sometimes the color palette is what makes a drawing interesting and what makes a painting interesting. So I say to start off, learning just straight up the color theory, basic color theory that everyone teaches in graphic design and any illustration class is a great place to start, because everything after that is a lot of like, yeah, this is technically true, but also most people don't really listen to this because tastes change and people have different ways of approaching something or approaching an aesthetic, and the style in which you draw will change the rules of color and lighting. But those two things are very intertwined, and it's good to learn kind of the basics of both before you move forward to start making bigger, more abstract decisions about color. Hopefully something was helpful in that. What art related stuff do they always ask in a job interview? Typically they'll ask you about your process. Specifically, since I work in like pipeline based industry, like games is very much about like all the teams working together in a process, right? So they'll ask me what my process is. They'll ask, you know, how, like, what is your typical process for concepting something? And you know, what kind of communication style do you have? Do you prefer like constant feedback, or do you prefer like kind of just sharing all your stuff one day or something like that? How do you take like critique, and how do you take criticism? Like, what's an instance? A lot of times they'll ask you about specific instances in your career or in your past about how you've dealt with certain things. So they might ask like, what if you got critiqued by someone that you didn't agree with? How would you resolve that? Which is sort of a dual question of like, what's your like social behavioral stuff, and what's also like your creative behavioral stuff. They might ask, you know, more like casual questions like, oh, what are your favorite games, or what kind of art do you like, or what's an artist that's really influential to you? They're reading into your responses a little bit, because what they're trying to figure out is if you're like an okay person to work with, on top of, are you really what you say you are, right? Because if you're in the interview stage for a company and you've turned in your portfolio and stuff, they know you can do things. They know that you have like the skills for it. But it doesn't mean anything if working with you would be terrible, right? So they're usually trying to figure out like, is your process something that like we can work with, or that doesn't require like we have to accommodate this person in order for them to like do their best work. And they're just kind of trying to learn about you. So art questions can sometimes vary in like complexity. One interview, someone actually had me look at elements of published elements of their project or IP, and say like, if you got this prompt, how would you do it, right? And then I have to explain to them like, oh, I'd probably pull this inspiration and like based off of this thing, and this was how I would implement it. And he'd ask like, okay, now you have to concept the actual piece, the physical piece for this, like how would you do that? And I would just describe like, oh, I'd probably do a sheet that has like a turnaround, some diagrams, some close-ups. I'd probably do an exploded view of something, I don't know. Some of them more technical than others. A lot of them is far more behavioral and psychological, because they're usually just trying to figure out like, are you like a weirdo? So there's that. Interested in storyboarding? I was wondering how you improved in composition based on your experience. I am not a good storyboarder, and I do not know anything about storyboarding. I'd say you are better off getting actual advice from people who that actually do storyboarding, but for me, like, compositional stuff, I always look at films and photography, but mostly films, because there's nothing quite like having to direct, like the director of photography has to kind of keep in mind multiple things, like the plot, the atmosphere of a scene, the importance of a scene, the placement of the characters, and what that means for their character arc. Like, there's a lot of things that go into planning for a really good shot in a film. And I don't really watch movies, but I try to always like be looking at how other artists in other fields accomplish something. The site Shot Deck has been really cool. They're like a site that aggregates a bunch of like screenshots of films, and they kind of categorize them based on like type of atmosphere or color or whatnot. They are a paid service, so I do pay for access to their archive, but their stuff is really cool because I can like look at, you know, how does someone build like a very specific mood, or how does someone build this scene through color, or through or build this emotion through like how they place characters in a scene and stuff like that. But yeah, I tend to look at movies because photos, it's hard to find like just like good photography that isn't just like super hokey photo bucket stuff. I use a Wacom Cintiq right now because my Intuos decided to kick the bucket. Do you think relying on modes like multiply and overlay to color shading or in general can become a crutch? Is it better to pick colors yourself for like shading and lighting effects? Yeah, I mean, it is a crutch, right? But I don't think it's like a crime, I guess. Yeah, like, let's be real. A lot of things in digital art is very much making things that you could do in traditional art a lot easier to do, a lot easier to accomplish, or even do things that traditional art can't do, right? Like, there is no such thing as like color dodging in traditional art. You have to really do a lot of other shit to make it look like color dodge without actually being able to achieve the look of color dodge. But, you know, just because it's easier doesn't necessarily mean achieving those looks are at all easy to attain. And yes, it is a crutch to use stuff like multiply and overlay versus just like picking the colors, but who cares, right? Like, as long as you get to that final product that looks good, that looks legit, I don't think anyone should really give a shit that it's a crutch. Just like how people get all up in arms about people photo bashing or using like 3D models in their work. Who gives a shit, right? Get the job done. that's all that really matters. And especially when you're working in like a more professional setting, or you're doing it for a job, like, no one's gonna clap you on the back or like pat you on the back for like doing it all by hand. More likely, doing it all by hand, unless you're really good at what you do, took you way longer than if you just threw multi-layer on it. And they are so much less interested in giving you a medal for doing it all by hand than just wanting it done on the deadline. So especially because I work in a production industry, I think I just don't value, like, yeah, it's cool that you did that by hand. That took you way longer to do, though, and the producer is, like, gonna lose his shit, so, like, it doesn't matter. And I know a lot of people are kind of, like, purists, or some people are purists about it, but, like, things like the liquify tool, photo bashing, using 3D models, using layer modes, you kind of just can't be bothered by that kind of stuff. Digital art is meant to make a lot of things simpler, but the same foundations remain the same. Just because someone has access to multiply does not mean that them using it will actually make it any better. So I still think there's, like, a good amount of skill involved in making all of these layer modes work properly and in a way that you want them to. And I don't think you should be worried about it, because it really doesn't matter that much. If purists want to be purists, that's cool. They can do what they want to do. And I'm sure they're really good at it. But no one's gonna pat you on the back for doing it. I'm just saying. Did you always gravitate towards drawing this way, trying to get, or was this something you consciously got yourself to learn? I think I've always kind of done this. I had periods of my life where I did a lot of sketchy stuff, but, I don't know, I think I've always been kind of interested in the game that I play when I draw like this. I distinctly remember a day where it clicked with me, though. I think I was in high school and I was just drawing with a pen, which I had done before, but not in any, like, successful way. But I remember, let's see, I think I actually know specifically which piece it was that, like, kind of made me feel like, oh, this is, like, what I like to do. This is fun. And I'm not going to have to scroll for very long because I haven't posted a ton of stuff on my Instagram in a very long time. So this piece that I posted was the first time I really realized, like, how interesting it is to draw this way, where I just kind of, like, allowed myself to improv, and if I messed up on a line, like, it didn't matter because I was gonna reintroduce that or kind of pull that into, like, whatever else I was drawing. And it was like this game where I had to come up with solutions for things, and I had to work on the fly and think about what I was drawing before I put it down on paper, and it felt really rewarding to draw this way. Just drawing with a pen and having to, like, just figure it out as I was going made something just, like, click in my brain. And so ever since then, I've kind of always, I think, been drawn to this very specific way of drawing. Because, I don't know, there's something just very exciting about not really knowing what it's going to look like and just kind of trying to make it work as I go. It's not the most, it's not the fastest way to draw stuff, and I've certainly had to make some concessions with it, but I enjoy it. It's fun. It's good. And that's all that matters to me. I'm trying to figure out if I want to move them, but I'm just going to leave them as is for now. Thank you. Hey, Peach. You gonna go out? She just woke up from her nap. My music stopped? No, it's just very soft. Peach is doing good. She's giving me a lot of attitude. Because I think she's discovering how much of a pushover her mom is. And yeah, but she's been doing alright. She knows I can't resist. She looks at me with those big eyes. But then she complains when I pick her up, and I'm like, I don't know what you expected from me, right? I got a cat for a reason. I wanted to pick my cat up, and she's like having like an emotional breakdown over it. I cannot believe I got like the least cat-like cat I could have ever gotten. All I wanted was a cat that I could mess with, and I ended up with this weird thing. It's like alien. Yeah, I am tentatively excited about it, but not nothing. I don't know. I'm a little nervous about it, honestly, because we've seen people attempt to animate in her style before a little bit, and I did not look very good. So I'm a little nervous about this one, but I'm trying to hold out tentative hope that it will be good. I don't know. Remember talking about possibly creating a VOD channel on YouTube? Yeah, so no updates on that currently because I haven't had the time to really come up with like a format that I want to do it in, but I've not forgotten about it for sure. How did you get your first art job for the first time? Depends on what you consider my first... depends on what you consider an art job, I guess. I got my first freelance commission when I was 12. But if we're talking, like, companies, NDA, contract stuff, probably, like, 2019? 2019-ish? If you're talking, like, freelance, or not freelance, full-time, it's only been since, like, end of 2020. Have I heard of the anime coming out soon called The Girl from the Other Side? As a similar art style to the manga is super unique. I have not kept up with anime, manga, anything like that, so, I have not, actually, but it's good that there are different styles of anime coming out. It's always nice to hear when a risk is being taken. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I've always considered myself like an anime fan, but if I really think about it, I haven't watched anime since like... I mean, other than like me watching Hunter x Hunter again every year. Other than that, I haven't really like watched like a new anime since whenever Little Witch Academia came out. Like that was like the last anime I like actually watched. And it's weird not actually being like, I guess in a way, like I'm not really much of an anime fan anymore. At least not of the new things. I don't really keep up with them. Which is a weird thing to think about because I feel like I've always been one. But I don't know. I just haven't like kept up with it at all. Or any of the seasons. No, I just rewatch 2011. And then I stop at the Chimera Ant arc because I can't do it. I can't accept that the Hunter x Hunter series has an arc like the Chimera Ant arc. It makes me deeply upset and I can't do it. Yes, Peach. She giving me meows. A good arc, I am not disputing. Terrible for my mental health? Absolutely. Like, I'm the kind of person that, like, I don't watch or listen to sad things because I don't want to be sad. Like, I actively try not to feel things in my day-to-day. When I was younger, I used to watch a bunch of sad shit, but, nowadays, I try to, like, engage with as much wholesome, happy content as possible, because I'm too emotionally exhausted to deal with anything as traumatic and terrible. And you know what? Life's good. Life's great when, like, I don't engage with things that make me feel bad. Yeah, we were talking about the Chimera Ant arc. I think I saw that arc once. I had to sneeze. Never mind, I don't have to sneeze anymore. I think I watched that arc once and I'm like, I'm never watching this again. I don't think I can do it. Like, I'm a basic bitch, okay? Like, I really like Gon and Killua, and I could not accept that was, like, kind of, sort of, oh, Peach? The end of, like, Gon and Killua's, like, storyline, for the most part, in the series. They're, like, around, but, they're like doing shit anymore together. And I'm like, I can't. This is like you breaking up my favorite boy band. Like, I can't do it. Oh, Tojo, serious question. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for my very serious question? Should I go bunny boy in 14? Do I do that to myself? I am okay. No. I'm in my most beautiful form. Okay, I love my current character right now. I love her so much. It's actually crazy. I've done so much art of her. I am currently a short, pink and white-haired Aura, right? And I love. Okay, I gotta show you guys. I gotta show you guys pictures of her because I love her so much. Hold on. Let me change this real quick. Because I need to make sure that nothing weird shows up. That is NDA. Where are my pictures? I need to show you guys because I love her so much. It's actually insane. I've never liked. Oh no, that's false. I don't know what I was gonna say. I don't know. She's just so pretty. She's so pretty. I love her so much. I'm gonna show you guys all the nice pictures I've taken of her because she is my favorite. I love her so much. I've said that like 15 million times. So here's my girl. Yes, Peach. I know, isn't she cute? Yes, Peach. I know. Hey Sakura. Sorry, I'm like showing my Final Fantasy 14 character to everyone because I love her so much. She's this like pink-haired Aura, and she's so pretty. I love her so much. She makes me so happy. But I've been wanting to be like a bunny boy for like so long. And I'm also even considering like going Lalafell because they're kind of cute. If I'm not gonna lie, they're kind of cute. And like, but like she's so cute. Like she's so like, I don't know. There's just something about her where I'm like, wow, you're so pretty. And like, this is like when she does anything, I'm like, oh. Which is bizarre and absurd. She's just a game character, but I really like how she looks. Right? Like it's a great color combo, and I liked my previous character, but not as much as I like her. And I'm like, agonizing over the idea of like, do I? When do I do the whole bunny boy thing? Because I don't know. I don't know when I want to do it. Because I kind of just, I feel like I'm just gonna miss this version of her, you know? I know, they're very pretty. They're like the prettiest class, or not class, race right now. I know, I should just give it a try. But I've been asking everyone, like, hey, when should I give this a shot? And they're like, do it now. And I'm like, I know I asked you this question, but I don't want to do it. But I'm not gonna take your answer. I'm just kind of like confirming, or I'm it's like the opposite of like confirming. I'm just like, no. I'm too cute. But if people are like, you should stay as this girl, I'm like, but what if I'm missing out, you know? Like, what if Bunny Boy is actually the play? Yeah, see, Cowboy, that's like the logical answer, right? Just like change to it and then see if you don't like it. But like, every time I see my current character, I am filled with so much joy. So much joy. It's like to the point where I'm like, why don't I just make another character and just play as a bunny boy for a little bit? And if I don't like her, you know, later on, but, or like, don't like him. Let's start to play all the race, do it now. I guess, yeah. I'm just so weak, you know? Flip a coin, but then like I'm gonna be sad. Like regardless of what the coin flips, I'm in my most annoying state right now, where like neither answer is satisfying. I kind of know what I would probably do. It's like the worst thing when someone asks you like, hey, like can you tell me like this or that, like A or B, and you're like B, and they're like eh. And they're like, okay then A. It's like eh. Flip a coin. Ooh, but I feel like I know what I'd want. The worst. I'm in my worst phase. But yeah, I will probably go Bunny Boy at some point. Maybe soon, because for some reason I've been really thinking about this, so I think my brain just really wants to use a Fantasia, because I have a bunch. So I think my brain just like really wants to use a Fantasia right now and just see it. I have like stress dreams though that I lose this character that I currently have forever. Even though like I have her character data saved, a part of me is just like, but what if I don't? You know? Just like the most annoying shit. I still don't like this face for some reason. Ugh, my nose is very runny today. No, I actually never tried that. I do have it though, I think. I think I have Monster Hunter Rise, but I never played it just because I don't know, I never had the time. I have it downloaded, I think. It seemed cute though. Kind of wanted to give it a try. I have heard some of the music from that game, and it sounds really good. Like, I was playing this game with Gary when we were driving back from LA, I think, and it was like a Spotify video game playlist, right? So I was challenging him to guess what each of the songs were from, because he's played a lot of different games. And he's a big Monster Hunter boy, but he hadn't played Rise. So we didn't guess the one that was from Rise, but we were both really surprised because we were like, wow, this is actually like a really good, like, classic like Japanese fantasy game soundtrack. And it got me really interested in Rise. I think I bought it shortly after that, but yeah, I haven't given it a shot, mainly because the one guy I would play with Monster Hunter with, the Monster Hunter boy, kind of never got into Rise. I think he just had too many other games on his plate at the time. But maybe I'll give it a shot. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Yeah, there are definitely some games where it's like, you definitely have to play this with a controller versus a keyboard. Gary is like the Monster Hunter boy in my life, cause he's played all of them for the most part, I think, except for maybe like some of the old ones. Yeah. So if he, he's usually the one that like wants to play like a bunch of the Monster Hunter games, that I don't really play myself, but for some reason Rise just like wasn't like timed properly, and he didn't really have time to play it, so. And I'm not personally motivated really to play games, unless like Gary specifically is like, hey, let's play this game, or you should play this game. Other than like 14. 14's like the only game that I play like on my own time, because Gary hasn't really been hooked by 14 yet. And he just got into Guild Wars 2, so I don't think he's gonna get into 14 anytime soon either. So that's the only game that I play without him. Oh, is this like a clip? It's meant to be a clip? Eomis? Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, I need to make new emotes. I keep forgetting. I also wanted to update some of them too. Like they think the heart one is fine, but I wanted to update some of the other ones. And I need to figure out what other types of emotions, I guess, would be good for emotes, because I didn't know how many slots I had available to me. Ugh. Stuffy nose. Ursula, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I will hydrate. Miss Peach? She's behind me right now. She's giving me 1,000-yard stare. I don't think she wants to be bothered. Why won't my cat love me? Yes, this is my gimmick. Well, I thank you for the host regardless. I always appreciate that people would go out of their way to host the stream. Thank you very much. You are very kind. Yeah, I think me not connecting my lines is very, a lot of people are like, it's such a feature of what you do, and I think it's just because I can't be bothered to, like, slow down so I can connect it. How people are always like, oh, if you, like, you know, ghost it in and then you, like, try to finish it. I can't. This, not happening. It's never gonna get connected. I'm not sure if it's okay to ask, but I'm going to college in a few months, and I got accepted to an animation course and an accountancy course. Congratulations! I honestly want to be an illustrator, concept artist, or any art-related career in the future, but I'm scared it would be difficult to find a job, so I'm thinking if I should take the accountancy course instead. Could I ask for some advice? It's hard, right? Because, like, obviously as someone who went full into art, I don't think it's impossible to get a job, right? But I also know that it is difficult, and people's risk aversion or like their willingness to take that risk is sometimes might not be something they're willing to do. And I think you really should evaluate how you want to approach the next couple years of your life, right? Like, because I think it's really important to listen to the things that the part of you that really wants to do something out of pure love, right? You don't need to monetize that in any way. So if you would much rather do it for yourself and not be a part of like any big, project, or do it for like professionally or anything like that, you just kind of want to vibe and do your own thing, I think taking courses and careers outside of art is not a bad idea, because doing art for yourself, you don't have to go to school for that, right? There are plenty of resources now where like even artists who do want to do a career or do want to have a career in art have done their education offline, or online rather, sorry. They've done their education online and they've gotten jobs. So if you're someone who is more of a hobbyist, there's not really a ton of reason for you to spend all the money to get a formal education when you could do it for free and not do it for a professional career. If you are planning on doing it for a professional career, I think there are some things you should consider, like, there's always a risk with school that it might not teach you the things you want to learn, and there's always the risk that your experiences there might color your perception of art. I personally think that depending on the course, right? I think any course can give you something really valuable or teach you something really valuable. You just have to kind of give it that, or you have to imbue that kind of education with meaning and purpose, and how you engage with it in a purposeful way. But art school for a lot of people has had value. For me, I think I don't regret ever going to school, even though I didn't finish, even though I didn't complete my education. I still think that school was really important for me to have gone to grow from, to learn from. All the people that I met there have been incredibly important to me. And has definitely changed my life for the better. I don't think I would be the same person, but there are plenty of people who don't feel that way. And so with animation, I think it's a little bit more important to go to school for, just because there's a lot of technical stuff. The more technical your intended career is, I think the more important it is for you to get training in some way, whether or not that means going in and taking master classes or online courses versus actually going to school. But especially with animation, I think going to school would be a good idea. Might not be the whole experience you're looking for, but it's not a terrible one. If it's more for like illustration, I think that kind of stuff you could learn outside of school too, or more so outside of school. But for animation, stuff like that, I think you have to weigh it in terms of, I think art is more lucrative than people think. I think it is you can make a pretty decent income working in art than some people might feel. I am not super familiar with animation, but animation does have a union, which games and concept artists do not, working in games, and so your experiences there will be much different in terms of financial stability, and I'm not very familiar with that kind of stuff. But people are making legitimate money working in art, right? And I don't think, if you go the safe route, if you go the route of getting, like, really shooting for, like, a full-time position somewhere, or doing, your best to, like, get something that's more consistent than freelance or whatnot, like, I think it's more than reasonable to assume it's very common to get, like, a decent livable wage. And this is me saying that from living in California, right? Which is not super cheap to live in. So, you know, I think more than ever, art has been relatively stable in terms of income. Not all the time, but for the most part, I think in general it is. To the point where I say, like, if you take the more consistent path, you might not have to worry about being totally left in the dust. But it is a possibility, right? A lot of people want to do art. And competition's really high, and there's a degree of luck to it, of applying at the right time to the right place, with the right people looking at your application, or knowing the right people. There's a degree to it that's a lot less certain than going into being an accountant and going the very traditional route. So I'd say, depending on your risk aversion, what you feel like is more comfortable, I think art is totally viable as a direction, but it ultimately depends on your skill, right? It ultimately depends on what you're able to achieve, based on, like, kind of allocated time and effort, the end result, right? What the kind of level and skill level of your art is at, and your willingness to play ball with whatever's thrown at you, right? Being willing to go with the flow, learn new additional skills that you might not have thought to learn before, be willing to change your career a little bit and alter your future plans, so that you can accommodate things that happen in your life. You might end up in a career that you never thought you would do, but it actually ends up working out for you, or you just end up finding yourself there. You know, I think art is, or any creative field is kind of unpredictable in that way. So I can't say anything to you. I think I'm biased because I went full into art. I think art and creative fields are incredibly fulfilling to work in. Obviously depending on where you work, but for me, I wouldn't want to do anything else. So I'm biased, right? But I would never discount someone choosing to go into a different course so that they have that stability in order to engage with art in a much more personal way. I don't think that's a bad idea. I think doing art on your own time, and enjoying it alone is actually something I envy a little bit. Not having to make art my whole life, or not having to make my art both my professional and personal life, and instead being able to interact with it myself personally. But I also know that I probably would hate doing anything else, and if that's the same feeling that you get, then maybe you have less of a choice than you thought you did, because I don't think I could last emotionally, mentally, doing anything else but making art every day for work and for myself. And that's a decision I came to, not necessarily of my own volition. I think I just kind of wasn't raised with any other options. And it just ended up being something that I decided, like, okay, like, this has to work. It doesn't matter if it's hard, I have to make this work. And I'm doing fine, right? Like, and to answer your question, Prodigy, I'm living comfortably. I make a good amount of money, doing what I do. And I made a decent amount of money when I did freelance, but I kind of don't know if those numbers count because I wasn't doing, like, the kind of jobs I'm doing now. So I'm fine, right? Like, I can afford to live in California pretty well. And, like, well, for, like, a middle-class person, right? But, like, considerably better than I think some people think is possible doing art. And especially if you work for those bigger tier companies, a lot of those people are making over 100K. Like, if you're like a senior or higher level artist in a company, you're making above 100K at least. So it's like there's money in these industries right now. 10 Ferraris. I don't even know what a Ferrari looks like. I would not own a car if I was rich. I'll say that much. Yeah, like there's a lot of money in art right now. Yeah, I just own the company. Yeah. I don't even have a car. So I'd say, I think the fear of not getting a job, it is difficult. It's not impossible. It is difficult though, and I can't really argue against that fear, right? But I also think that there's never been a time when art has been more of an easy thing to get into, where it's actually, you're kind of almost okay, like you could sustain yourself off of it. Even small business owners can sustain off of it. It's not as dire as I think some people have made it out to be in the past, and obviously parents too. They always worry. They're, oh no, you're going into art, like you're gonna be a starving artist. It's like, it's not necessarily the case, but you have to be willing to make some concessions, right? So ultimately, my answer to that, you have to follow what you feel comfortable doing, right? And you can always decide later that you think you want to do something else. I didn't necessarily have a choice to not do art. I literally don't have any other skills, life skills. I'm functionally useless doing anything else. So I had to make art work, and I was fortunate enough that I think people gave me a chance, right? But I also recognize that for some people that's not a viable solution, and I don't think anyone should feel bad for not going full into art when you could. I don't think it's a bad idea to go into something else and do art on the side, or decide to do art later on professionally. I think the kind of beauty of art is that there's never really a terrible time to get into it. Whenever you get into it is whenever you decided to get into it. And that's really cool, right? Like, art itself is not going to judge you based on the fact that you're older than some other people. It's not physically, isolating in terms of, like, there's only a very specific time that you can get into it. Like, anyone at any point in their life can get into it, and it's definitely a commitment, and I decided to make that commitment, but you don't have to, and I don't think you should feel bad about not having to do that, or not being able to do that, or not wanting to. Whatever path you take to it is fine, right? Do what feels financially secure, do what feels comfortable, but always be willing to go with the flow, right? You never know if, like, halfway through your accounting course you realize, like, you've been doing freelance for a little bit on the side and it's actually kind of turning out okay. Like, you're making a decent amount of money, maybe a little bit more than you think you might be able to make working at, like, a job right out of college. I don't know what the likelihood of getting a job out of college is like for other industries, but again, art is difficult, not impossible, but it's a risk you kind of have to live with, I guess. How do you deal with the reality of working professionally? I mean, like, having to give so much time and effort towards someone else's vision. Have you ever been in a project that you feel like goes against what you're passionate about? Yeah. Yes. I've done projects that I was morally opposed to, but I did because I wanted to keep my job, right? I've done projects that I have been super disinterested in, but I did it because I wanted to keep my job. I've gotten really good at separating myself emotionally from what I work on, because for so long I worked on a lot of projects that I couldn't care less about, because I didn't think I had a choice, right? I didn't think I had a choice to choose what kind of thing put food on the table, right? So I just did whatever, and I hated it. I hated it a lot, but I did it regardless, and I'm at a point now where I can create, like, moderately, like, I can make fine looking things. Like, I can do something and it looks fine. It looks okay. It looks possibly even good. But I don't have to, like, actually put my heart and soul into it for it to look that way, because I've just gotten used to what I think is a skill you develop at some point, which is just knowing how to bullshit something that actually looks good. You get really good at that. And it just so happens that you will end up learning how to do that, working professionally to a certain degree, because it's exhausting giving your 100% to everything. And especially if you're someone that cares about working on your own things, it is quite exhausting, because very rarely are you given that chance. And you kind of have to learn to live with it, or learn to rise above that. Some people quit and make their own thing, and they do well, or they don't do well, you know. Some people are decidedly they don't really care. Like, I've worked with people that couldn't care less about what they were working on as long as they were given work. You tell them something, like some pretty big dramatic news about the company, and they're like, okay, so, like, what does that mean I'm gonna do today? Like, what does that have anything to do with me? You know, like, they don't have any opinions on it because they don't really care. Or people that care way too much about something, and every little thing about the project, like, is a big impact for them. A lot of different ways to approach professional work. I like caring about what I do, right? I like caring about it, but I can also make good work even if I don't care. And that is something I think is really important for people to kind of learn to do at some point. It saves you a lot of trouble later on, because there are quite a few projects. Let's just put it this way. A lot of people think their ideas are hot shit. They're not. A lot of non-creative people think that their ideas are super cool and super fun, and some of them manage to be wealthy enough to commission an entire company to do something about it. Their ideas are often not very cool, but it's okay, because you know what? You clock in at 9, you clock out at 5. And that's just kind of how professional work is sometimes. And, like, you meet quite a few people when you work professionally. Like, I think there's some people that think all professionals, like, live and die for their work. It's such a passion project. But, like, quite a few people I meet when they've worked professionally for a while, like, they're family people. Like, they got lives, man. They clock in at 9, they do great work, and then they're out by 5. Like, offline at 5 exactly. Because they've got family, or they've got their own life and their own hobbies and shit. Like, they don't care about, like, what happens at work. What happens at work stays at work. And I think some people have this, like, dream of working on, like, a project they're really passionate about, and, you know, they can put in their all, and that's great. And I want that for people, because I think a lot of people imagine they'd be fulfilled by that. But the reality of it is that oftentimes you just kind of get the work done, and you're passionate about it to the extent of, like, I'm gonna make sure this project is good. I'm not gonna throw in the towel, you know? I'm not gonna just, like, not try, but I'm also not, like, this isn't my life's dream. This isn't my life's work. I'm not fulfilled by this. But I'm also, like, at a point professionally where, and I'm saying this not as me, but as in general, professionals, a lot of them can just make good work without trying that hard in terms of, like, putting in their heart and soul, right? And a lot of people I've found, like, a lot of them don't do creative work outside of their job. Like, a lot of them have families and they just go home to their families. They go home and take care of their kids. Or they like have their own thing that they do on the weekends, or they're like an outdoorsman, or, you know, some of them have really intense hobbies that they've been doing for a really long time, and like that's the thing that they do. So the realities of working are pretty staunch, and you don't really get to deal with it until you've actually gotten your first like gig and stuff. But they're there, and I think for me at least, like, I enjoy what I do enough to like enjoy getting work to do it for like in a professional capacity. Like, I like drawing. I enjoy that I get stuff to do professionally to make art and stuff, but yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit like just a little bit like you make a compromise. You're like, all right, this idea dumb as hell, but I'm just gonna get it done and turn it in time for stand-up and the sprint review, and the next week will be something different. Because, like, you know, a lot of people really glamorize, like, doing concept stuff, and, like, I get it. I'm so glad that some people think concept is, like, so cool, but, like, when they're on their 40th orthographic turnaround and you're buried under like 100 different Photoshop rulers trying desperately to make this turnaround work, and you know in your heart of hearts that the 3D artist is not even gonna look at the damn turnaround because they don't even use turnarounds, they just look at the key art and just do what they do because they're also artists and they can just make it up, but you have to make a turnaround because that's just how it goes, and you're sitting there painstakingly trying to turn this form in 3D perspective, in 3D depth, and you're just like, this is this is concept art. This is what concept art actually is. It's not just drawing pretty illustrations. It's painstakingly describing to someone else, this is how this works, and they're like, oh cool, haha, and then not even looking at it. So, you know. I'll probably go until, we'll see, around like 10:30 if I feel anything. I'm feeling okay right now. I like to get at least another one done, I guess. Or just like the not fun stuff to do. I mean, I enjoy it, but like sometimes you're just painting over someone's 3D render, or like fixing the lighting in a render or something like that, or you're like the pseudo UI artist if there's no other UI artist. If there's no UI artist on the team, then you are, or if there is any artist missing on the team, right? There's no marketing artist, there's no illustrator, there's no UI artist, there's no graphic designer. You're the graphic designer. You're the marketing artist. You're the illustrator. You're the UI designer. Like, that's what concept art is, because it's just the person that does things that no one else is gonna do. So yeah, you get to do all like the pre-production stuff and like the nice like concepts or whatever. But also, like, if anyone's missing on the team and they need art, it's all you, baby. It's all you that gets to do it. Oh, it's so fun. Even though you've never done typography or you've never took a graphic design class in your life, doesn't matter. You're the logo designer now. So, yeah, concept art's great. Love it. It's like, oh, you've never storyboarded in your life? Guess you should have learned last week, because this week is all about doing the cinematic. It's like, oh, cool. Like, I know people say for concept students, they're like, you don't have to make anything look nice. It's like, I get the sentiment, but every single job I've ever done as a concept artist has been, hey, do this concept and then also do the marketing illustrations for it. You have to learn how to render as a concept artist. You're expected to render your own stuff. I don't... Okay, so it's a little weird. I don't know if I can actually say currently where I work. I don't work there full-time. I'm working full-time contract with them. So it's kind of like, I don't technically work there. So I'm kind of sitting on it. I'm sitting on the news. Because I did start working somewhere in... Technically, I've been working with them for a while. But, like, I started working full-time with them in March. But I don't know if I could say where I work yet. It's weird. In my brain, I don't know. I didn't say where. The whole thing is, like, I don't know if I technically should because I'm not working with them full-time in-house. I'm working with them full-time contract, and that kind of stuff you usually don't talk about until after the stuff that you did for them comes out. So it's like, I don't know if I can say. It's weird. It's been a weird time. But I promise I will tell you all as soon as I can. I'm a spy. Indeed. I'm actually a spy. Okay. Let me make sure that this does not go to something. I didn't do all of my normal checks to make sure that I don't open, like, an NDA file. So let me save this out first, and then we should be good. JPEG. Oh shit, it's on the wrong side. The fabric folds? I've, like, told some people sort of offhandedly, but mainly because I knew that they weren't. It's either, like, super close people, or, like, if I knew it wouldn't come out if I told them, I guess. I'm not telling Tojo because I think it's funny if I don't tell him. Wait, I think it'll be more impactful if I tell him once it actually happens. But I know he's pissed at me for it. Yeah. I would like to tell people, but it's kind of weird because, like, typically you don't tell people if you're working full-time contract where you're working until the thing that you worked on comes out. And I don't know when that will be. So, here I am. I am absolutely gaslight gatekeep girl bossing Dojo right now. This is absolutely a gaslight gatekeep girl boss moment where I won't tell him where I work currently. Do I get frustrated with art? Absolutely. I always describe it as, at a certain point, things that used to be like your biggest problems will become a lot easier to accomplish, and your problems will change, right? Like basic fundamental stuff, like drawing things in perspective or drawing hands or something like that. Like those are no longer problems that I deal with on a day-to-day basis. A lot of my problems now are different because I spent a long time learning how to do these things, so it doesn't make sense for those to be the same things I'm currently grappling with. But to someone who's just starting out, like, it seems like, wow, you know all this stuff. It must be like you don't have any more problems to tackle with, and so you don't feel frustrated or you don't feel bad about your art or any of these things. Those things still happen, but the context of them is different, right? And so, like, I still feel bad about my art, I still feel frustrated sometimes, but what I feel frustrated about is a lot different than what I feel frustrated about when I was first starting, or when I was first kind of learning how to do all these things. So, yeah, like, I might not get super hung up about drawing eyes or hands or anything else, because those things I can do, but I'm much more worried about, like, the quality of, like, the line work and how that impacts, how this drawing is, like, perceived. I'm more interested in, like, how do all these things, when posed in this way, work together, and is it the way that I want it to be? I'm worried about, like, the impact of what thicker line work means versus thinner ones. I'm worried if the pose itself is not loose enough, if I'm not like properly kind of like moving certain limbs around in order to evoke a sense of, like, comfort or casualness or whatnot, depending on what I'm drawing. Like, again, my problems are different. The feelings remain the same. Like, I still get frustrated, I still get stressed, or I feel bad, or all these things. But maybe what I get frustrated about is different now. Even your favorite artists will have low moments, but, after a while, you kind of learn how to deal with those in a way that is maybe less destructive, or maybe less time-consuming. So if you have an artist that you like that feels like they never go through any kind of emotional hardship, they could just be really good at faking it. They could just be good at compartmentalizing, better at compartmentalizing. Once you've experienced a certain feeling for a while, feelings of inadequacy, or even just, like, general frustration, it's just like you get used to feeling that way, and you get used to dealing with it in a way that isn't going to impact your productivity as much as it might have done in the past. get better at it for sure. Problem solving, I think, is one of the biggest skills, or one of the best skills an artist can have, and one that one should have, because it's basically all our job is, ultimately. Do I play any games? Currently the only game I'm like really playing a lot of is Final Fantasy XIV. But I play like sort of a variety of games, mainly single player if I'm playing not Final Fantasy XIV. But I don't play games like, I pretty much only play like one at a time, I guess. If that makes more sense. Have I always drawn like this, or did you start out digitally by sketching or planning? I have always believed that if you need to use a sketch or a guideline or a reference, you should use it. For certain things that I've been drawing for a really long time, in this case characters, I don't need reference for some of that. It's still the case that I will need reference occasionally, and I will use it. But for things that I draw on stream, I'm generally not breaking the mold, and I've drawn a lot of these things before in the past, and so using like a combination of problem-solving skills and general like knowledge of how to do or how to draw these things, I can generally make do without reference and without using guidelines, right? But I have definitely had my fair share of using guidelines, sketching, doing all that kind of stuff. It just so happens that now, after almost 20 years, or not almost, more than 20 years of drawing, I can kind of do without sketching for the most part, with stuff specifically that I'm familiar with drawing. Yeah, of course. I think Tsuyu was always one of my favorite characters from Boku no Hero. She's just like a good, wholesome character, you know? I can't read your name, but thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. What character designers inspire you? Character designers. I think off the top of my head, Yo-Yo Shinari from Trigger is a really fantastic character designer. I do you know any others by name? It's tough because, like, I'm really bad with names, so I might not be able to think of any off the top of my head. Whoa. I almost heard a car crash outside. It's hard because sometimes I just kind of like how they draw the characters versus, like, actually liking the design of a character. So it's hard to say. I think off the top of my head, Yoshinari is, like, the only one that really comes to mind as being someone whose, like, designs I actually really enjoy, and the art style being something that I think really enhances the design. Oh, the guy that... What are their names? I mean, I really like the designs from the new, like, Bomber Cyberpunk game. I think those designs are really great. I think that some of the designs from, like, the Monster Hunter franchise are really excellent. Capcom has had some really good designers and illustrators there as well. I think Kishimura is one of my favorites. What was her first name? Kinu Kishimoto, I think, has really cool design sensibilities. Oh, Yusuke Kozaki, who did the designs for a lot of games, including Fire Emblem, Fates and Awakening. Bengus is also another, yeah. Capcom has had some really great artists go through their halls. I've been super inspired by your design class. I was wondering, could you maybe say your thoughts on simplification or not overworking pieces or designs? It's something I struggle with a lot. Yeah, so I'd say it's something that you kind of get better at with time, knowing, like, what the limit is for your designs and what you're comfortable with and what your sort of sweet spot is. I'd say it's always much easier to go from too simple to a good space rather than taking away things. So something that I always try to judge kind of like being too complicated or oversimplified, I try to look at a design holistically and look at it from a big view of, when I look at this design or drawing, like, what's the first thing I look at? Is that the thing I want people to look at first? Is it look at the reference, I don't know. Like, what's the first thing that people would look at based on, you know, my reactions to it? And what's your kind of first impression looking at it, right? Like, is it kind of overwhelming? Is it kind of hard to look at? Or is it like, okay, yeah, I've seen everything, you know? Because what being overwhelmed shows you is that maybe there's a little too much everywhere, right? You want detail, you want, like, right, your big, medium, small shapes. You want those things, but when something is overwhelming, it usually means that there's a little too much everywhere, and you need to really rein in where all those things are going. If you're feeling kind of like, I've seen it, right? I've seen like all of the elements of this drawing, and I've seen all the elements of this design, and like I've kind of digested all of it too fast. In a lot of instances, I think that is also kind of a red flag, less so than being overwhelmed. Because I think some designs are meant to be simple, but generally I think a simple design is usually indicated by a kind of boredom, right? When you see something, do you feel like you've seen it all after looking at it once? I think really good designs are ones that invite you to look again, and ones that you feel like you can't look at everything all at once. You kind of have to look at it twice or 3 times to really get all the details, and even then maybe you find something new the second or third or fourth time around, and then you're like, oh, I didn't notice like they had this thing on their hip, and that's really cool. I think usually having to take 2 or 3 looks at something to see the whole design is like a good sweet spot for me, at least. More is, you know, debatable depending on the type of design, but again, always going back to the idea of big, medium, and small shapes, right? You want your big shapes so that people know what to focus on, and people have like a place where they can kind of rest their eyes. You want medium shapes because people do need something to look at, and they want to know like how these pieces are breaking up, and they want to be able to see like, you know, here's an object, a full designed object that breaks up this space. And then small details are where you can really put in all of that like storytelling and those like little sweet rewards for looking a little bit closer, and people can take their time to really appreciate those things. And it's kind of like, you know, I think, what was it? People have a bunch of different ratios for this kind of stuff. It's like, you could go like 50% medium shapes, 30% large shapes, 30-40% large shapes, 10% small shapes. Like, there's different degrees of it. I think medium shapes should be much more prevalent than large shapes, and I think small details and small shapes should be the smallest ratio. This can kind of change, but generally that's how I operate under. And knowing when you've done that successfully is going to take time. It's going to take perspective, right? Looking at other designs and really appreciating like how they've kind of split up their ratio of big, medium, small shapes. And then judging yours based off of like objectively trying to figure out, was this a successful ratio to describe this object, right? Or this character. Oversimplification is, personally for me, just a sign that you haven't delved into this character enough to give them an identity. And kind of over detailing something is a sign to me that you're too in your head about the small details, and you're too much of kind of like a detail-oriented person, that you've sort of devalued the overall appeal of this character, and that you should kind of zoom out a little bit more and really appreciate what this character can offer, not on a micro level, but on a macro level. So hopefully that makes sense. I will get up and stretch in a second. Stretch, Miss Streamer. I'm stretching. I'm getting up. I'm gonna go give Peach a smooch. I'm gonna go give Peach a pat and a smooch. she sees me, she's like, oh no.
I miss Peach. You're so soft, Miss Peach. Yes, Miss Peach. Giving you the rubs. Giving you the pets.
It's so funny because Peach is, I've never had a cat like this, but Peach has a she has like a double coat or something. Like she has an undercoat, so she has a lot of fur, and she like sheds a lot of fur. But it's funny because I feel like whenever she gets stressed, she just like drops fur. And she never looks worse for it, but like I'll come away from like pressing my face into her fur, and like if she's like stressed out because she thinks I'm gonna pick her up, I'll like come away from her stomach with like a ton of fur on my face, and I've never had that in a cat before. I have to brush her. I have to brush her pretty often, which doesn't seem to do anything because every time I do it, it seems like she has way more fur that she will just drop everywhere. So, but yeah, we should make a redeem for Peach Pets, huh? Let's see. I'm gonna do one right now. Add a new custom reward. Pet Peach. I will pet my cat if she is close by. As soon as she's close by. Or no, if she's close by. How much should I make this reward cost, huh? How much does a cat pet cost? 0. Should make it cheap, huh? 10K? No, Peach deserves pets. Peach deserves pets. I'm gonna make this peach toned. $2K. 800. 800's not a bad one. We'll go with 800. Let me see. I've never actually put an image in the thing. I wonder if I can put my cat paw. I'll do that later. Okay. Peach pets are now available. Although she left because I stressed her out. No. I was gonna use the cat paw one, but I didn't have all the sizes available, so I'll do that later. I might make it a picture of Peach's face, actually. But I'd have to grab one from her, of her. If you could travel anywhere for a week, where would you go? Peach, come back. I need to pet you. I will pet her as soon as she comes back. I mean, I'd love to go to Japan, which I think is like a super common answer, but I've wanted to go to Japan for a while, so I think it's like kind of the only place I want to go right now. I would also I've been meaning to do a trip like this, but I really want to go like around Europe, and I want to go to like all of the museums and stuff. I've never been to Europe. I don't know exactly how that even works. As far as I know, I think you can go around pretty easily in Europe. I'm not very familiar with it. I just really want to do it. Peach is a cat. She is a cat. Hey, Silver Soul. Yes, I am glad to be back to streaming. Is she a bad cat? She is not a bad cat. She just has a lot of trauma and attitude problems. And I say attitude problems, but she's fine. Like, she's a dream cat, I think, for a lot of people. Because she's not super loud, except when she wants something, like going outside. Or, you know, she doesn't eat a ton. She doesn't clean her butt, which sucks. But that's fine. Like, that's one of her only things where I'm like, I wish you were normal. But, yeah, she's a fine cat, but she's got some trauma, and being like an X-street cat, she's not like super socialized, so she is a little bit antisocial, but it's okay. It's okay. I will work with her. Yeah, I mean, I wanted an adult cat, because, I just didn't really think I was going to want, like a kitten. Kittens are a little bit too high maintenance for me, and I think I'd be super stressed out about having a kitten. So I really wanted an adult cat, and the shelter nearby, had a lot of adult cats around, and Peach just kind of was like one of the few cats where I was interested in like meeting. When I met her, you know, their personality when they are in the shelter is not really the personality they'll have when they come home with you, but I figured I might as well take the risk because I just wanted a cat. I felt like I could take care of a cat. I was in a good financial position to do so, so I was like, okay, yeah, I'll take her home. She hadn't been adopted out. Like, someone tried to adopt her, but they returned her. Turns out that person gave her a lot of the trauma that she currently has right now. Peach!
A pet. I've given you the pet that someone redeemed for you.
And she came home with me. And I think she's starting to really, like, come out of her shell and display, like, personality things that she didn't used to. Which is great for both of us. But, yeah, she, turns out she's a brat. But that's okay. Because I will... Yes, Peach. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
You're very right, Peach. Absolutely. Mom doesn't give you enough pets, that's for sure.
How long have I had cats? Well, I used to have... I grew up with cats, right? But, I didn't get my current cat, who is actually mine and not my family's. I didn't get my current cat until, January 2021? End of January 2021? And I've had her ever since. She is by far the best decision I've made. I love her. And I will do anything for her. Even wake up at the crack of dawn to clean up when she vomits from stress. Or more likely, when she eats too fast and then has to vomit. Where do you get your inspirations for your OCs these days? I mean, it's still kind of anything that I kind of come around or see, online. I've been inspired a lot, by, some of the videos I've been watching from the Business Insider, videos. They cover a lot of, like, folk traditions and, like, lost or, like, kind of dying out art forms, and crafts that people have been doing for a really long time, like generations. And a lot of them come from places that have had, like, a really deep, isolated but rich history and their own kind of, like, culture of doing things. And I've been really inspired by those videos. Because it just kind of creates, like, a different perspective on the world when you are kind of being shown pieces of human history and human evolution and anthropology and society and culture, in places that are so very different from where you live. So I've been really inspired by those videos lately. They've been really fun to watch and really insightful. Have you had any experience meeting artists whose work you really admired? I have, but I can't really say it amounted to anything special. Like I've like, you know, I've gone to I think the most recent one would be Lightbox Expo in like 2019 or something. I met a couple artists that I really like, and I bought some of their stuff. But that was it. It wasn't really anything special. I didn't really have any like deep talks with them, mainly because I didn't really want to have any deep talks with them. I guess I don't really. Oops, I spelled it wrong. I guess I don't really have any like crazy. I don't know. I'm not big on. I guess like, not really necessarily hero worship, but I just don't really look up to people in a way that's like super crazy. I don't really feel strongly about meeting my heroes. I don't feel strongly about having heroes. I am perfectly happy just appreciating people's work, but not really like placing them on a higher pedestal than that. What? Isn't that the next one? I haven't started the next one. Or was there one that I missed? Wait, I gotta fix where the files went. View. Sort by recent. Date modified. Oh, no. I did not put the last two in a folder. Let me move these around. Oh, yeah, no. I hadn't started that one yet. Is it really gonna take this long to get to the folder? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna cut these. I'm gonna sort by, and I'm gonna paste. Okay, they should now be in the right spot. Okay, next one should be Noel's. Maybe I'll do the headshot first, and then do the other one next time. Silver, right? Okay, silver, black hair, red on the inside part. Change the jacket. Really smile, serious type. Okay, so I think this character has Do you do mentorships? I assume you don't have enough time. Yeah, I don't do mentorships currently. I've thought about it, but I would rather do it at a time when I have a lot more, I guess just like, energy and time to put towards it. Maybe in the future. It's definitely something I'd like to do later on. Do I use reference? When I have to, or when I need to. For stuff like this, I have character references that the commissioner gave me, but other than that, I do not use any reference, typically because I am confident in being able to draw these things. I've been drawing them for a while, I've been drawing characters for a while, so I typically do not need reference when I do the drawings, or I make the drawings that typically you see on my streams. Thank you. will I color them too? This specifically as a headshot, yes, I will color the headshot. Because we did offer a colored option. But typically for the full bodies, I do not color those. Are you freelance or an in-house illustrator? I currently am working full-time contract, so basically freelance, but with the stipulation that I work full-time for them, just not as an employee. And I'm also a concept artist on top of being an illustrator for them. Oh, okay. So they have black hair. Okay. I'm looking for. Why are you at 90%? I don't know if I can say yet who I'm working for, so I'm not going to currently say. Mainly because typically for contract stuff, I feel like people don't tend to say that they worked on a project until that project's been released. But I will let you know as soon as I can. Where I'm currently working. Yeah, NDA stuff is a little funky. I'll let you know as soon as I can. Did the Doctor Strange movie come out? This is totally off topic. or there wasn't even a topic, but I was like thinking about it because I knew that leaks were coming out about it, but I didn't actually know if the movie came out. This song is, let me see. Okay, did it come out last night? Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, like I don't know when I'm gonna see it. I just remember like the big news this week has been like, oh, look at all the leaks, which is always unfortunate. But I didn't know if it actually ever, or if it was meant to come out this week, which it did. So that's cool. Oh, is that next month? Man, they're all coming up so fast. I feel like it was just yesterday that they announced that they were in like a new phase of Avengers or whatever. But I know that was like 2 years ago. It feels like just yesterday that fucking Infinity War came out for me. Hey, Fruits! Like, that doesn't feel like that long ago, but it was. Like, I was still... It was like... First... Like, 2018? Right? Oh yeah, Avatar 2. Man. I don't care about Avatar. I feel like I always get blindsided when a Marvel thing comes out. I never expect it. Can you explain how you shade these faces, or these face drawings, headshots? Let me see. The hair color is meant to be black. I just picked this hair color because it was easier to see. Let me... Where is a headshot that I've done? So this one, let's see. I have... I think this is... What is this? Oh, sorry. This is the sketch, although I did remove some of the line art because I wanted to paint in the nose instead. Base color, which is a normal one, a hard light layer, which if I just made it normal, you can see not necessarily the same colors, but it looks nice when it's on hard light. This is just a normal layer, and then on top of it, I painted over highlights and all that kind of stuff, which is also a normal layer. I did a color adjustment. I added a multi-layer for that like bottom vignette. I added a screen layer for like some of the highlights like up here. Just like a little bit more atmospheric. And then this was just like any additional last minute like paint overs that I wanted to do. So that's kind of how that is, right? Hey Vincent, how are you? Twas an old headshot that I did, and I'm going to be doing something very similar in this one. How's the cat? Peach is good. Peach has been thriving and giving me an absolute headache while she's doing it. So I think she's living her best life. Do you live near a highway or is that the song? I do live near a main road in the town that I live in. So there's pretty much always cars moving in and out. I think it's kind of nice, you know? this is supposed to be skin tone. Oh. Yeah, stray cats, very difficult to encourage them to come close to you. I dreamed of finding a stray cat and making them and taking them home, but never could. So I rescued a cat instead. I'm new to digital art, so how did you use a hard light layer for shadows and highlights both? Like, is it the way hard light layers work? Yes. And how do you choose different colors to shade with, and that looks, so really, can you explain that, please? Yeah, so hard light layers work by operating very similar to the value scale. So, if you paint with a light color above 50% value, right? So 0 to 50%, if 0 is white, and 100% is black. Anything 50% or above generally will create a lighter value version of that color, or it'll tint it with whatever hue you have selected. And below 50% to 100%, we're 100% in black again, will make it darker. So hard light layers are a really fast way to create light and shadow. It is a little limited in certain ways, but if you really know how to make it work, it can be really fast and easy, and kind of combine both overlay and multiply in one. Picking colors for shadows kind of changes. Ultimately, I think it depends on what you're looking for in terms of the final color. I try to pick a desaturated, cool toned color first so I can plan out all of my shadows. It's generally a pretty good color to start with, but then I will change kind of the warmth of the color later on, and you'll see me do that. I'll change the warmth of the color later on once I've decided where all the shadows are on my hard light layer, and I'll change them to be warmer, closer to the skin tone in terms of like temperature or hue, without making them bright or anything like that, because skin doesn't tend to turn blue in shadow. It depends on the lighting, right? And a lot of the lighting that I work with, it's kind of very generically warm. It's normal white light, I guess. So I go with warmer shadows on skin or anything that has a warm tone already, cooler shadows on things that already have a cool tone. And I just kind of mix and match it until it comes out looking the way I want it to. I don't do anything crazy in terms of like any sort of technical lighting thing. I don't really base colors off of like what it would actually be given the light. I am not super knowledgeable about the real technical stuff behind lighting, so I sort of make it up and just decide what looks nice. That tends to be what drives my decision making anyway. But that's kind of the basics of it. Does this character have... I don't really have anything for the eyes. I'm just gonna guess it's gold. It's giving me what was it called? Vampire Night vibes? Was it Vampire Night? I forget what it's called. That like super old, like super early 2000s vampire manga that like it like predated Tumblr. Was it Vampire Night? What was it called? Yeah, it was. Damn. Yeah, this was like the craziest story. I really shouldn't have been reading it. I believe this character is she, her. So a dudette. Not Rosario Vampire. Although I did read that and I shouldn't have been, because that's a heckin' horny manga. It's in the vein of like series where like they're really well drawn, but when you read it, it's kind of like, why didn't you just make porn instead? Like, you're trying so hard to not do anything super crazy. Just like, stop trying to be like PG-13 and just go make porn instead. There was like a ton of male mangakas in like the early 2000s that were like that. And I'm pretty sure Vampire Night was made by a female artist, but like still, it was still like, why? Just why y'all wilding out this hard? It's crazy. Like High School of the Dead. There's one that was like vampire and werewolves. I forget what it was called though. It was not Rosario Vampire. Wait, no. It was something else. It was like, yeah, it was something else. Hey, Tate. There's like another series that I remember reading that was like pretty adult, I think. There was another thing where it's like you're trying to have like a shonen story, but you really want to make it wild. That makes no, it was like vampire. It was like a vampire queen, and then it's like a werewolf guy. But I don't remember what it was called. Let me see. Oh, Vampire Bund, I think. Dance in the Vampire Bund. Another crazy story. The art was really nice for it, which is why I read it. But yeah, wild. It was another case of this child is actually hundreds of years old and they can turn into an adult, but they just choose to look like a child. There was like a story element as to why she did that, but it was still kind of like, why are you all like this? It was just so hard to read. Like, I don't know, maybe that's why I kind of had like an aversion to vampires for a while, because it was just like all the vampire stories I read when I was a kid, save for like stuff like Twilight or whatever, which was still terrible actually, all of them had some wild things going on in them. I think my brain was I'm such like a do good kind of child, so I'm just like, maybe that's where I got my aversion to them, because I don't know. I was really not into vampires for a long time. Hey, Rice Ball. There's just, I don't know. There was like a whole era of like series back then where it's not just limited to like vampire stuff, although they got the brunt of it, but like just mangas where the artists really should have just been drawing like doujinshi and not trying to come up with like a serious like plot line, like a shonen plot line, when all they really wanted to draw was just like porn. It's like, maybe you guys should like get a different job description. Cause like I'm just trying to like read normal stories, you know, meant for my age group. Like, I feel like nowadays I'm old enough for some of the series that came out at the time. And I didn't read, like, seinen stuff. So, like, this was stuff in the shonen category. Yeah, they certainly weren't very shonen, I don't think. I don't know what exactly I'm trying to attempt here. I don't know, I just started doing it and now I'm like in too deep. Now I have to finish this. Excellent. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub for a year. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming back. I very much appreciate it. Okay, I think this is it, really. I guess if I wanted to do any... Knight is the name that I go by. Okay, and then I will do the full body next time. But we ended on, I think, a good note, right? Whoops. I meant to save that as a 1, but it's okay. Let's save this app as a PNG. What's with me misspelling things tonight? Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, I think it turned out alright. Okay, so what's happening next week? 13th? May 13th? I don't think I have anything happening then, so unless that week is like super busy and super messed up, next week should be okay in terms of me streaming again. But yeah, it was really nice getting to hang out with all of you guys again. I'm probably gonna end it here so I can do a little bit of stuff and then go to bed. But thank you guys for coming. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for saying hi and asking questions. As always, I'm always very, very happy to talk with you guys and help you guys out if you need me. Yeah, so hopefully next week we'll go off without a hitch and I'll be able to stream again next week, in which case we will continue working on charity commissions. But yeah, thank you so much. I love you all so much. Yeah, hope you guys stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, do something that you like, do something that makes you happy next week. And I would love to hear all about it on Friday when we see each other again. So thank you, I love you. Mwah! I'll see you all next week.